Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Nah.
We good still, eh? We good still. No mind we won today, but we good still. Okay.
Champions clash. It's semi-finals day here in the TTCB T20 Champions clash. This first match here between AK Cricket Academy and Cunaripo Sports. Earlier, AK Cricket Academy would have won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. We see Abdullah Cambridge here opening the bowling for them. A nice start there by Wesley Thomas. Off the mark right away. Thomas would have performed wonderfully yesterday. Had a brilliant innings in a run chase. See if he can repeat that sort of effort here today. Of course, batting first on this occasion. Cut away through the gap. That's the first boundary of the morning. Took only 2 balls for Cunaripo SC. Wanted to heave that one big again. There was a half chance for the keeper, but it would have gone past him so quickly as it flew away to the boundary there. 4 byes. Well, wasn't really half a chance. It missed everything. So quite a few quick runs here early for Cunaripo. And he's certainly utilizing that new ball to extract a bit of drift. Early morning drift here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Driving that one was very full, and he certainly wasn't going to let that one get away from him. Akil Clark. That ring, he didn't pay any attention to them. He said, I can get that above you all. And again, another drive. They put a fielder on the boundary there. I realized that he was really enjoying that shot. 14 without loss after the first over. So Arvind Kumar to take up proceedings from the southern end of the ground. It's a very heavy offside field there. 6 fielders in that offside, 3 in the leg side. And he's still able to sneak a run. No one really attacking the ball in the offside field. They're all pretty much hanging about on the ring. So an easy single there for Akil Clark. Wesley Thomas back on strike now. Things have gone very quickly while he was at the non-striker's end. More balanced field for the right-hander. 5-4 field. Two deep fielders at long on and deep mid-wicket. A bit short on that occasion, but he hits that straight to mid-off. In the air and landing just before that boundary as it plugs out there. Come back for a second run. Cutting that one, but straight to the fielder. Nicely timed that shot through the offside, giving a big chase as that fielder there from cover. A nice bit of timing there, and he's able to time it well enough to keep the strike. 20 without loss after. Second over here for Abdullah Cambridge. Thomas on strike. There's a slip in place. So again, back to that 6-2 field, inclusive of that slip. 6-3 field, inclusive of that slip on the offside. Nicely tucked that one into the fine leg region. You'll only take one. Yeah, the way that they set that field is a lot of open gaps on that leg side to make use of for those quick singles, or if you time it well enough, you can run two quite easily. Same pitch as yesterday being used. Second pitch from the west. So the offside here is Akil Clark is currently on strike. Offside the shorter boundary. Oh, he certainly wound up big for that shot. Walked away as soon as he missed it. He's not trying to turn the ball a big deal here, is Cambridge. He's looking to use that drift early on here. Again, as he does that again, but nicely timed to that long off fielder. They could easily get back for two, and they do. So yeah, that same pitch being used, but again, looking very promising for the batsmen in the day games here. Seems to slow up quite a bit throughout that twilight period into the night, but no more night games for this tournament. Cut away. Oh, it's a bit wide that time, and he made full use of that. It was wide and full, and he saw that gap in the point region. Very well timed there by Akil Clark. Full toss, dispatch down the ground. A few bounces into the boundary for 4. Akil Clark is certainly here for a fun time today. Orlando topping into the attack now. So, interestingly, we haven't seen any pace as yet. Oh, nicely lined delivery there, keeping it wide away from the arc of Thomas. Yeah, interesting, we haven't seen any pieces yet. Hit that one down the ground for 1. Clark is back on strike now. And the crowd certainly enjoying what he's put on so far. Of course, reminder to anyone out there, there's free entry at the venue if you'd like to view it. But of course, no complaints if you'd just like to take a look at the stream. Now one came into him, difficult to free his arms to that delivery. Of course, there's the second match today up at 2 p.m. between President's Associates and Savannah boys. He spared that one in quite quickly and well fielded there in the extra cover region. It's been a very tight over here by Toppin, just helping to rein things back a tad, as Cunaripo have made full use of the power play up until now, and he continues to, but this time struck straight to that fielder at cover. Akil Clark can't clear that cover fielder one more time. This here results in his dismissal. Andy Mahis in at number 3. Saw him perform brilliantly with the ball yesterday. Wasn't quite able to replicate that sort of form with the bat. But today on the bigger stage, he's in early here. Has a lot of time. Quincy Williams now enters the bowling attack. Round the wicket, first sightings of pace. A dot to begin. He wanted that single, did he? Wesley Thomas. And a lot of commotion going on out there. But he opts to remain on strike. And a fine edge goes towards the third man fielder. A second wicket falls here for Cunaripo SC. Off to a blazing start and 2 very quick wickets. Wesley Thomas wasn't quite getting a hold of those balls as he was yesterday. See Williams to come around the wicket, take that ball away from him. New batter Richard Dodds. So these 2 new batters at the crease, both Dodds and Mahis, yet to face a delivery. We saw Dodds hit some lovely boundaries yesterday. Wide there to greet him by Quincy Williams. This time a wide down leg. Yeah, just needs to tighten up that line. Just slow things down a bit. Was accustomed with those right-handers initially. This time just sliced away through the offside for 1. Off the mark now is Dodds. He's just bringing that offside field a bit tighter. Very short extra cover in place now. Drives it over cover into the deep and he can't stop it. 4 runs on his first delivery, Andy Mahis. A deep extra cover fielder was set there for those sorts of shots, but he still decided to try his luck. This time pulling it but not getting quite enough contact. Fielder gives chase there and eventually is able to bring it back in, but not before they're able to gain 2 runs. 41 for 2. Orlando Toppin, second over for him. Just tries to spare that one in a bit quickly, but gets the line and length a bit wrong. So they run a bye off that wide as well. Again, quite a quick delivery by Toppin. Not giving Mahis too much time to think through the shot. And pulls that one powerfully into the leg side. And that's gone for boundary. Shot there, saw that it was a bit short and didn't want to give away that opportunity, Mahis. He's also off to quite a flyer, similar to what we saw from Clark. 12 from 4. .50 comes up courtesy that wide. In the air over that mid-off fielder. He didn't seem interested at all in trying to grasp at that one because it had 4. Came to the conclusion that all he would do is have to field it after it came back. Very full that time. Just mixing up his length a bit now. Not timed too well, that shot, but still good enough for one. Yeah, Dodds has been witnessing this all from the non-striker's end. Partnership of 23 from 8, and Mahis contributed 17. Finishes that over with a dot. After the power play, score stands at 55 for 2. The new bowler into the attack, Nikolai Dupre. He bangs that one in. Mahis just swivels around and is able to bring Dodds back on strike. Wonderful delivery here by Dupre. Round the wicket. Wanted it. A bit of extra bounce. How did he not get that edge? Yeah, that time. Well, not the greatest delivery to follow it up. Dodds will just nicely time that into cover. Brings Mahis back. Oh, he's on the pads that time. But with that angle, it would have been certainly missing leg there. And a bit of movement the other direction this time. Does the keeper in as well? So it's a bye. Nicely turning that one into the leg side, making full use of those areas with a bit more gaps. Just having a bit of a chat there, meeting in the middle. The chat has now evolved towards umpire as well. Seems to have a bit of an issue there with his bat to his glove. It's all sorted out now. Josh Cumberbatch now. Slicing that one, comes off a thick outside edge, but protection there. So it's interesting that they look to utilize a lot of spin early on, and now seems to be going through a big rotation of the pacers. And a bit too wide from that angle. Pulling that one just over the head of that fielder. Gave it a great effort. Result of that ends up being 2. Brings up the 30 partnership between Mahis and Dodds. Mahis certainly contributing the majority there. You missed that one completely. And clipping this one. First run was very intense, so they came back for that second one quite comfortably in the end. Yeah, they only settled for 1 this time. Yeah, difficult to do too much with that. That was just back of a length and right on the off stump line. Didn't give him any room to work with. End of the 8 over 66 for 2. Dupree, after a brilliant first over, is back here for his second. Push past that fielder there, but there's protection in the deep. Driving that one. Again, just a single. It's been pretty balanced up until this point. Since taking those 2 wickets, these 2 batters have put together a decent recovery, but it hasn't been at a very quick pace. But it's been certainly something solid that they can continue to build upon. But AK Academy wouldn't be too disturbed by this as well. They would certainly back themselves to get a few more quick wickets. Just like that. I'll bowl it on the stumps. It doesn't need to land on the pitch. 69 for 3 now. Needed to land it on the pitch. Targeted the stumps in every facet of that phrase. Ricardo Sam, the new batter to the crease. Not opting to come out with a helmet here, Sam. Dupree, not the quickest of pace bowlers. We'll see some very quick bowling in that second match today. What a shot that is there. Fielder gets in its way though, so it's only 1, but certainly showing that looks to be in some form here. 70 for 3. Quincy Williams returns into the attack now. Took that wicket earlier. Looking to see if he can add another to that tally. He really enjoys coming around. Utilizes a similar sort of line on the off stump, just taking it away. But this time it's a bit too full and absolutely punished by Sam. Yeah, that one was asking for the treatment. Was right up there. Well, too. There's no one in that region in the deep. Shorter this time. Sam didn't know too much about that. Up in the air this time. Airlifted and lands just short of that fielder. Pulling that one was again too short. And 4 more here for Cunaripo SC. Andy Mahis certainly. Currently 79 for 3 as the score at Drinks. Josh Cumberbatch now in for his second over. A brilliant start there. Just short of a Yorker length. Nicely tapped into the leg side. But he is able to gain 2 runs from it. Was in a bit of a empty area there. Swiveling that through the leg side. This time just 1. Wide signaled. Didn't get a great hold of that shot there. And neither did the fielder. Lovely delivery. Just the right pace there. Slowed it up a bit and Mahis wasn't quite to the pitch of that. Very wide that time. It landed right between those two fielders. A second. He might have had his heart in his mouth, Mahis. Was that going towards any of those fielders? Had to really reach to play that shot. What happened there? It was a reverse scoop. Spin back into the attack in the form of Orlando Toppin. Yorker length delivery there. Down the ground, runs the first one and comes back for a brilliant second run. He's played a outstanding innings up until this point, Andy Mahis. 3 4s, 1 6, but those boundary options haven't been there. He's run between the wickets very, very effectively. And there again, continues to really push those fielders. topping, of course, with that first wicket earlier this morning. After a quick start, 32 runs before that first wicket fell. This one goes up in the air. It's got a lot of height on it and a lot of distance as well. Ricardo Sam certainly wants to accelerate things here now. Brings the 100 up in fine fashion. He says as a right-hander, he doesn't want that off-spinner to keep him in his crease for too long. 100 for 3 with 8 overs still to go. Kumar back into the attack now. Swept so powerfully by Andy Mahes. That was really a powerful sweep shot by him. It was on the legs and his eyes lit up. All he had to do was get it fine enough away from that square leg fielder. He knew he was getting a certain 4. This time drops the length back. He hits it straight to that fielder. Ricardo Sam was on his toes, waiting for that run opportunity. Round the wicket this time and causes a bit of discomfort to Andy Mahes. Almost a chop on. Oh, that one, he lifted it up very far into the air and it went very far over the boundary line as well. Lovely timing by Andy Mahes. All the way for 6 towards that eastern side, towards that mound. Low full toss and driven beautifully there. Really presented that face of the bat for us to see. Very high, very straight and very long as well. Ricardo Sam is in on the action now. Mammoth 117 the score now for just 3. 7 overs still remain. Dupree back into the attack now. Very economical up until this point, and they do need a bit of economy. A big appeal went up by Dupree there, but was definitely hitting him outside. Big slice through the legs there. Gives chase. Allows for them to come back for 2. .50 partnership comes up now of just 28 deliveries. A very brilliant effort between these two. Stepped into that shot and stepped into that single as well. He's Mahis back on strike. He's currently on 47, and there's quite a heavy drizzle now coming across as well. Can he get to that 50 before this rain gets any heavier? Drives that through, and he does get to 50 here. There's Andy Mahis. A lovely innings by him. 51 off of just 51 off of just 30 deliveries. Straight back at the bowler to finish the 14th over. 125 for 3. Lovely delivery to begin the 15th over from Quincy Williams. The rain continues to develop. Gonna take a run of that one. Fielder quite close in. Short and pulled beautifully all the way for 6. Mahis now starting to just show off a bit. It was well too short. Doesn't have that much pace to be utilizing that ball as an attacking option, Williams. This time clipped away. Comes back for the second. Taking that one into fine leg again. Yeah, once he gets that ball on the pads, he knows that fielder is sort of a deep backward square region. He knows he has enough time to run at least one, maybe push for two as well. Guiding that one there to point. You keep strike, Ricardo Sam. 135-36 for three.
Quincy Williams, he's going to complete his spell from the southern end. Picking up a Josh Cumberbatch on his third. Ball will be just a bit slippery with the current drizzles that we are experiencing in the Southlands here. Remember, we are coming live from the Brian Lara Cricketing Academy. Sam pulling the swan to the man at long on. So rotating the strike nicely here, keeping things ticking over. At current run rate just over 9. He's slashing at this one. A bit aerial for some time. But there's protection down there, that cover boundary. Going at a decent pace here is Andy Mahes. He's already on 60 just after 35 deliveries. He's just cutting this one straight to the man in the inner circle. So the field spread quite evenly here. 5 men on the outside, 4 in the inner circle. This one he's pulling straight back. There's that man at long on. You only restrict him to a single. And that would complete the over. That's the end of over number 16. 4 remaining here this morning in this first inning. Now you are viewing Cricket 360 live from the Brian Lara Cricketing Academy. Today, the second day of this T20 tournament. You are viewing the Cunaripo Sporting and Cultural Club versus the AK Academy. What a delivery! What a stunner! Mahis had no clue what happened there. Bales just went flying. Let's take a look at this again. This one definitely keeping low, skidding onto the stumps. You could see the height at which Mahis was expecting that ball to bounce after pitching so short into the pitch. So definitely that drizzle must have some influence on that ball skidding through to the wicket. So it's a first ball wicket in this, the fourth and final over of Quincy Williams, his spell. Good knock by Mahis, and he's shown that appreciation from his dugout. Quite a good contribution to the total score here. They are on 142 for the loss of 4 wickets at the moment at current run rate, just over 8 and over. At this rate, the projected score is 176 runs. New batter into the crease, the left-handed Christian Ramrup. He takes his mark. Roop. Ball taking a thick inside edge. Quite fortunate, missing the stumps there. Working this one well off the legs. Sam playing at that one late and finding that gap backward of square leg. That one will go all the way for 4. Just waited on it. Swiveled, kept it on the ground. Working this one into the mid-wicket area in that gap. We'll get a comfortable couple. The rains are threatening here at the Baranlara Cricketing Academy. Drizzles coming in waves. Pulling this one down to the cow corner area. There's a lot of protection down there in the deep. Just going to get a single 10 over. And that brings the score up to 150 for 4. It's a 17 complete, 3 to go. Williams continuing from that southern end. Cumberbatch on his final over of his spell. He'll be looking to try and pick up a wicket here. Finish strong. So just working those gaps at the moment. But Sam just having a bit of a skid there. Slippery conditions out in the middle. Need to be very cautious. These small slips and skids could lead to big injuries later on. Swan, he's hammering down to the man at long on. He could only look at it sail over his head for 6. Showers just getting a bit heavier here. Umpires having a word with each other. They decide that the cricket will continue. This one hit harder. It's higher. And it's out of the hands, spilled. Must be a slippery ball. Cambridge the man putting it down, and finally umpires are calling for the covers as the showers trickling heavier at this point in time. So don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. We hope for conditions to clear up in a brief space of time so we could resume with the action live for you here. In the meanwhile, we are going to take a short break, and as soon as those rains subside, we will resume the action here at the Brian Lara Cricketing Academy. Well, we are back with the action live for you here from the Brian Lara Cricketing Academy. It's the T20 tournament hosted by the TTCB this weekend. First team would have bat 17.4 overs. We would have had a break in transmission due to rain. The AK Academy needs 160 for victory here, and immediately gets off the mark with a single. It's a TTCB T20 Champions Clash. Man with ball in hand from the northern end, it's Christian Ramrup. Oh, and what a shot! Absolutely impeccable timing. Just look at this. And look at that form as well. Just absolutely stunning. It made it look effortless as it glided over that square leg boundary for 6. And Duncan, the right-handed batter, out in the middle there. So it's 162 needed for victory. 162 more needed for victory in 100 deliveries. That's the equation that was worked out using Duckworth-Lewis system. And they're off to a blazing start here. Ivan Kumar taking the top edge. That's going to beat the keeper and the boundary rope as well. It's going to be another boundary. 4 runs to Kumar. So they're off to a blazing start. This one tries to play it down the leg side, takes the top edge, and it's a repeat of the last delivery. Going over the keeper, beating the man at first slip and running down to the boundary. So 2 boundaries in quick succession, and I don't think it was well controlled from the batter's perspective. But nevertheless, it's welcome the runs to the total. This one looks much more in control. Played onto the onside and with a juggling catch. Juggled a couple times there and sealed the deal in the end. The man out in the middle there, Sam. Maybe just beaten for pace there. Striking that one high. Down to Sam, who was there set at long on. And they break that opening partnership in the very first over. Christian Ramrup makes the comeback. He gets the wicket. "19 runs off that over with a wicket. First over complete. Score 19 for the loss of 1. Definitely hopeful for a beautiful day of cricket here. Rain not forecasted for today's play, so maybe just a bit of a passing shower we'd have gotten earlier. Looking forward to some good weather as the day continues. So it's a 17 for 1 after the first over complete. AK Academy is off to a blazing start here. New bowler into the attack from the southern end, Ricardo Maiku. And good running between these two, working the gaps well, taking those ever so important singles. New batter into the attack, the left-handed Quincy Williams. He will be joining Keon Duncan out there in the middle after the fall of that first wicket. First over. Williams also working the gap beautifully. Just pushing it ever so slightly to that offside region. He will get off the mark with a single. No, conditions will be damp as that sun comes out. That moisture starts evaporating from the field. We are going to have a bit of some increased humidity in the atmosphere, and I'm sure that those pace bowlers will have a time. They'll get that additional swing. We do see just a bit of in swing as he bowls towards the left-handed Williams. So rotating the strike nicely in this over, finding the gaps, taking those singles, keeping that run rate ticking over. Oh, see that outswinger there against the right-hander. So as we were mentioning before, that humidity will definitely have some impact, some influence on that ball, on the swing that they will be able to harvest. Oh, and another beauty of a delivery. 2 dots in succession to end his first over, Ricardo Maiku, just conceding 4 from it. And with 2 overs complete, the score is 20 for the loss of 1. Christian Ramroop will continue. He's second over. A bit expensive in the first, but did get that breakthrough. He'll be looking to pull back on things from his end and maybe even try for another wicket here.
Of course, Duckworth Lewis in effect here. We saw that first innings total at 159 for 4 after 17.4 overs. Of course, due to the fact that they lost just 4 wickets, that's why the revised target would have been just a bit higher.
Slower delivery. Going down leg. It seems that he would have just stopped it before the ropes, did he? Umpire says no. It would have gone all the way for a boundary. Good effort in the end though by the man Kevin out there.
He gave a big chase there. But in the end it was still 4.
Working the gaps nicely. Very important, those singles. Key is not to allow any dot deliveries to pass. He's going to come over the wicket now to Williams. Both these batters looking in good form here.
Yeah, certainly both these batters, in addition to Kumar, who would have opened the batting as well, they sort of came out with purpose when they saw the target. Bit of rain on the surface, maybe it might have sped up a bit. Of course, they opted to have a bowl first this morning, so they clearly wanted to have a target in mind before they went about their batting.
Just a change of bat here for Duncan. That delivery that got the wicket of Kumar, I think Kumar may have just rushed it a bit.
You see a change of bat here. Might get even more aggressive.
Yeah, maybe calling for the lighter bat. Let's take a look and see how that changes his play. This one cutting, an excellent effort by the fielder. Mahes, the man putting his hand on the line. He looks to be in a bit of discomfort there. That one was fired with absolute haste.
So brilliant batting from him earlier as well. Really stamping his authority on this game.
That was a valiant effort there out in the field. Oh, and a good ball in the end there. Finishing the over with a dot. Just 8 from it. It's 3 complete. Score 28 for the loss of 1.
Was Andy Mahes, the brother of the well-known Anderson Mahes. Played some games last season for KFC Clark Road.
Duncan on strike. Maiku getting that swing, and this one straight into the hands of the man out there at mid-off. Beautiful piece of bowling here. Definitely take a look at that again. Look at that swing we were talking about earlier. Swinging away. That man at short third. Kevin just gobbling it up in the end. And that's a fall of the second wicket. Duncan has to go.
Face his first delivery swung a bit too much down the leg side by Ricardo Maiku.
Clever Frederick, the left-handed batter, replacing Duncan. Oh, taking an inside edge there. It's going to beat the keeper. Run all the way down to the boundary.
It took beating the keeper to a new level there with a full split.
Dodds the man. Tried. That was definitely a challenge for him there. Taking a totally different trajectory from what he would have anticipated. Beautiful slower ball here by Maiku. So we are seeing good variation from these pace bowlers. Ramroop on one end and Maiku on this end. And they are definitely using that swing to their advantage.
I think if anything, Maiku came into the attack a bit too late yesterday. So very much like the fact that he's in a bit earlier here.
Yeah, a bit too much of swing here, Dylan, on this occasion. Just swinging a bit wide down that leg side.
You might have to account for the clouds, the higher humidity right now compared to yesterday.
And it's absolutely still. No breeze at the moment. Better delivery outside that off stump area.
Frederick didn't seem too confident playing at that one. It certainly was a class above.
Well, if you track back a couple of deliveries, you'll remember that a similar delivery taking that inside edge and beating the keeper, it would have lucky it beat the stumps as well. This one punched straight back. That one will find a boundary.
He had to get out of the way there, did Maiku.
Yeah, that would have caused a bit of a disturbance had it struck him. Bit of a risky run he was trying to attempt there, sent back in the end. That dot delivery is going to end the over. 4 complete now. The score is 38 for the loss of 2. Ramroop continuing his spell. He's into his 3rd over. Good tight line on the body. So after that first expensive over conceding 16, he has managed to pull things back quite a bit. He has ironed out his line. His line on length, and now he's enforcing his variations.
Quite an experienced player here is Christian Ramroop. Been around the local circuit for quite some time.
Oh, what a beautiful slower delivery. Appeal for leg before, umpire says no, but it still comes through for a single. Just looking to see Umpire shows no signal, so there must have been an edge there.
Definitely pitching outside leg.
Yeah, umpire didn't signal leg buys, so I am assuming that he was under the impression that there was a fine edge. This one driven straight back. There is that man at mid-on. Williams just guiding this one to the man in the gully there. We've taken some pace off of that one, Ramrup. Full wide slower delivery. Just a bit too wide here. You could see that the line he's trying to achieve across the body of the left-hander. It's a risky line to bowl. Always that risk of being too wide.
Yeah, but as you say, he's really come back quite good after that first over.
This one pulled off the body. Fielders giving chase and just restricting it to a couple. One legal delivery remaining in this over for Ramrup. Wide of the off stump, just taking the pace off it within the markers, and umpire says it's a legal delivery. Ends the over strongly with a dot. It's 5 complete, 44 for the loss of 2. So not a bad start here by these two pace bowlers. Maiku, he's going to commence his third from the southern end. He also would have managed to pick up a wicket. Just conceding 14 of his last couple. Frederick, the man on strike.
So you would have seen that the umpire signaled end of the power play there. Reduction to 17 overs, but due to some new revisions in the game, they don't just take away that power play by overs, but they take it away by ball now.
This one surprising. Frederick just cutting back into the left-hander.
So instead of removing a full over from the power play, they remove it on a ball-by-ball basis now, just to keep things a bit more precise. Just about a minute ago, you would have also seen Terence Hines on screen taking in some of the action.
Sent back, doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks at this stage, already losing a couple wickets. They'll definitely want to stabilize this partnership to take on the task ahead. 124 runs needed from 68 deliveries. This one goes up into the air and safely into the hands of Ramrup, the man. Comfortable catch, and that's the fall of the third.
This time we saw a wicket from Ramrup, a wicket from Maiku, and now they both combine to take one.
Good support by these two for each other out there in the field.
So while they have been going at a decent run rate, wickets have fallen quite regularly. So that's one thing for the AK Cricket Academy to keep in mind. New batter at the crease, Shaquem Hines. Dot delivery by Maiku to greet him. 45 for 3. Look at that. Those figures for Ricardo Maiku. 2 for 15. 11 dots. Real brilliant effort in this defense of 169.
So Ramrup is going to bowl out from this end. Yesterday in the third match, we would have seen, we would have reserved overs from the opening bowlers, which would have caused the match to drag on a bit. As long as these guys are having a steady momentum and taking wickets, I see no need in reserving them. So
So we're going from Christian to Tishan Ramrup now. Tishan Ramrup here on his second delivery, welcomed with a boundary. Away towards backward square.
Well, that one must have slipped out the hands. Very, very full. Was picked up on the full, actually. Remember, we do have some wet outfield conditions. You can see him. Definitely the effects that Hurley Dew will have on the ball. Better line. Not getting the support of his infield here. This one sneaks through for a single. 50's up for the batting side. The AK Academy. They require 118 runs and 63 deliveries for victory. Yeah?
As far as run rate is concerned, it is beginning to rise a bit. That required rate just going above 11. And that's why we see them continuing to attack. They need to keep that run rate up.
Again, this one full and swiveled on and runs down to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. Slippage again there, Dylan.
Second time for the over. And almost a mirror image shot for the right-hander. Hines off the mark with that boundary. He surely would have been thanking his lucky stars when he saw that delivery coming down at him, being on 0.
This one wide. What Ramrup needs to do is to consciously dry that ball after each delivery. He needs to keep it dry. This one cut and cut well through the gap. And they come back for a couple. So the over proving to be a bit expensive. First over for Tishan Ramrup, already conceding 16 from it. 1 legal delivery remaining. This time he finds a field, a bit of a fumble, allowing them to come through for the single. And it's 14 of that over, which pushes the score up to 59 for 3 after the completion of 7 overs. Overs like this will release the pressure that is on the batting side. So they need to keep that pressure up. Although the required run rate still 11, well below that at the moment. Maiku, he will be wrapping up his spell from the southern end. It's pulled an excellent one so far, just conceding 15 from it, 2 wickets. Beautiful slow up delivery. He's
What we see as well here is he's pulling his 4 overs out. So that would have been, well, given the reduction to 17 overs, he would have been one of the 2 bowlers able to bowl his full quota. And why wouldn't you, as the captain of Cunaripo Sports?
he's not giving them that pace to work with. You could see he's intentionally taking the pace away from those deliveries. So they have to work and work hard for their runs here.
Yeah, we see what has been working quite well throughout yesterday and today is that slower pace sort of bowling.
You see it more profound in the latter overs, but here it's definitely having a positive impact for Maiku in these early overs. Oh, what a beauty. Pace off just outside that off stump line and getting a bit of away movement as well from the right-hander.
Yeah, ball still continuing to provide something for the bowlers at this stage of the match.
What a delivery to end his over, just conceding 2 from it. Just conceding 17 from his entire spell with 2 wickets. Captain leading from the front. He will, with the completion of that over, the score trickles to 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. It's 8 complete. New bowler from the northern end. It's going to be Wesley Thomas with ball in hand. He'll be commencing his over against the left-handed Frederick.
And Wesley Thomas performed very well yesterday. Let's see if he could conjure up something similar today.
What a good delivery. This one maybe just a bit high or drifting down past that leg stump. But definitely beat Frederick in the end. Has to be height. It has to be height, Dylan.
Yeah, definitely looked a bit high on first look.
Scamper through for a quick single to rotate that strike.
You see Frederick there, 17 from 16. He has to get a bit of a move along now with that run rate.
Run rate climbing. It's climbing to just over 12 now required.
By modern standards, it is still chaseable, but you do need to go a bit quicker than this. Understand that bit of consolidation given the 3 wickets that have already fallen, but of course, this being a 17 over game, that time is just even less than you might be thinking in your head.
A swing and a miss. So a good start so far by Thomas. Already completing 4, just 1 conceded. Excellent opening over for him. This one just a bit too full. Punched it down to the man at a long on. Just gonna be a single. But definitely piling the pressure onto the AK Academy here. This rate you will see that run rate climbing. too short. But there is protection in the deep down at that square leg boundary. So just 3 from that over. It's 9 gone, 64 for 3.
After 9 overs, looks like it's gonna be a break for drinks. The attack. Top scored earlier today with a score of 69 from 40. Now, can he get his name in the wickets column as well? Well, I was thinking he was sizing up to play a cut shot there, but he ended up converting that to a pull. Still played well enough to gain himself a single, Frederick. Nicely pitched delivery, went wide there and got it to just turn back a bit. This time more on the line of the body. And it'll only be one. They were considering coming back for a second there. Went way out into the deep there towards the deep backward square. This time down the ground by Frederick. Pushing for a second. He's going to have to hurry. And that's going to be gone there. Shaquem Hines couldn't make it back in time. There was never two on offer there. They decided to come back for that second run way too late. You see right there, after the throw, they decided to come back for that second. And there was no way he was ever going to make it back in time. 67 for 4 now. There's pressure showing on the AK Cricket Academy. They know that run rate is continuing to climb. Just a few away from being 14 runs per over required now. Dupree, the new batter. The non-strikers, and Frederick this time gets down and plays that one down to fine leg. He does make it back for the second this time. Reverse sweep just over that fielder at backward point, but still not enough to take it to the boundary. The score now 71 for 4 at the end of 10. Someone seemed to have forgotten the ball. It's just next to the left foot of the umpire there. And he's found it now. Thomas. Interestingly, after 10 overs, Cunaripo at this stage would have been 79 for 3. So there's not too much between the two teams at this stage. But Mahes would have been well set at that stage. Yeah, it was powerfully struck, but straight to the fielder. A bit delayed on the return, so it did allow for a single. Pulling that one, went very high. Oh, a wonderful diving effort there. He did well to get there, but would have always been difficult. It went high up. Never had enough distance on it. But he had quite a long run to make to get close to that. Hopefully struck again. And this time he finds the boundary. 4 runs to Frederick. So 12 runs off this over. Not too far away from that required rate. But that gives you the idea of what they would have to do in pretty much every over until the end. And that's no easy feat. Wonderful shot this time again from Frederick. He's really pushing Dupree to come back for those twos. Andy Mahis for his second over now. Frederick will come back for 2. Attempted sweep. Hit him on the pads. He took a step down to play that one and still wasn't enough. A lovely shot there by Frederick. Bit preempted, but effective nonetheless. Lofted. A few bounces, takes it away for 4. Dupree starting to get in on a bit of the fun now as well. He really timed that to perfection. Those extra cover drives always such a treat to watch, and the crowd certainly enjoyed it. Scamper single, and it'll only be a single. Finishes the 12th over 93 for 4. Wesley Thomas begins his third, and well, that was hit right back at him. There's a return to send a message. Oh, coming off the outer half of the bat and never had enough on it. A wonderful catch taken there. That extra cover. Dupree is going to have to head back, as now half the team has fallen. Yeah, one just gripped a bit, slowed up a bit in the surface, and not timing it well enough, Dupree. So now 5 down with the score on 93. New batter Sachin Ramguli. The bat has taken a flight as well with the ball. A real slippery encounter out there after the rain. In the end, he was still able to sneak through for a single. The bat went, well, for a second it almost went further than the ball. to go fetch it back all by himself. Up very high in the air. No distance on it by Frederick. Brings Ramguli back on strike. Went down past the bowler. Ramguli will keep strike. It's 95 for 5. Andy Mahis will continue. Real big task at hand here for Frederick. That rate now over 19. 96 for 5. Things not looking all that good for EK Academy. Fuller this time allowed him to attempt that sweep shot. Played it quite well, but only finding the fielder, Ramrup, down there. It's going up again. And he'll come back for 2. And come back for a 3rd as well. Massive hit here by Ramguli almost got a fingertip to that fielder out there. He definitely got a hand to it. Just didn't really form his hand as if he was trying to take a catch. Oh, not timed that well at all. And there's still no one there. He's continuing to swing at every single thing. And no fielder is getting in his way. That's 4. Diving fielder won't stop that. Moves on to 49 now. Lovely delivery by Thomas. Certainly wanted to have a brilliant comeback delivery after that previous boundary. Can he build some pressure here with Frederick on 49? And he's gonna drop that down and run. And he's gonna come back for the second as well. Clever on Frederick. Brilliant knock by him. And the crowd will certainly applaud that effort. This time backed away and punched that one into the extra cover region. I think the fielders have already accepted that they won the game. Wesley Thomas isn't too pleased with that though. Wants them to show a bit more fight. Smash that one past the bowler. Ramguli playing a very nice supporting act here to Clevon Frederick. Finishes his spell with a dot. Just 2 overs remaining in this innings. The score 113 for 5. Frederick back on strike here. Can he provide a few more blows to entertain the crowd that have certainly enjoyed this knock from him? Still has 11 deliveries in which to attempt a few more of those strokes. He's deep in conversation with Dodds right now. Oh, a lovely shot this time. Powerfully all the way for 6. Just towards that party stand. It was really a big heave there from Frederick. But the timing on this occasion was really quite special. Magnificent shot. This time not timed as well through the leg side. And he does come back for the second. Well, the run out was definitely on there. Keeper didn't collect cleanly. Or was the throw itself a bit wayward? Well, it just popped up at him. Did him on the bounce. Again, very massive shot. And it's gone towards that fielder there who's taken a catch. It's the end of Frederick. Taken by sub-fielder Akil Noel on the boundary. That's now 6 wickets down, 122. It's just about bowling out these remaining few deliveries now for the Cunaripo sports team. They certainly have this one in the basket now. Orlando Toppin in at number 8. Off the mark right away. Very athletic bit of fielding out there. For a second I thought he lost his footing, but he really recovered quite well. Steps down and adds 1 to the total. 124 for 6. First over here for Kevin Laborde, the last over. Left arm over. Ramguli just looks to take one and give the strike back to Toppin. Hit towards that mid-off fielder. Oh, very high and very powerful. Down towards the spectating area. All the way for 6. Lando Toppin with a top shot here in the last few deliveries. That was very powerfully smashed down there. This time drops the length back, and he also drops the Orlando Toppin. But that doesn't stop it from running down to the boundary for 4. It's a very much Rishabh Pant-centric shot. Taking a tumble there. A late flurry of entertainment for these spectators. Free entry, they're getting more than their money's worth. This time hit hard through the leg side. Looking to come back for a second, but not so in the end. I don't think anyone in the dugout is looking for them to get a run out now and have to head out there for the final delivery. Oh, and he's tried to repeat that shot that he saw from Toppin, but it doesn't go quite as far from Ramguli. Does take the second, and that's the end of the match here. Cunaripo SC in the end victorious by 30 runs after we saw that adjustment to the target with the rain and Duckworth Lewis coming into effect for a 17 over game. So Cunaripo SC, that's team number 1 in the final game tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. And the game today, which starts at 2 p.m. between Presidents Associates and Savannah Boys, will determine who meets Cunaripo in that match tomorrow. So do stay tuned for that match, which is to begin at 2 p.m. Welcome to action in semi-final number 2 between President's Associate SC and Savannah Boys. Savannah Boys would have won the toss earlier and chosen to have a bowl first. So a bit different here for President's Associates, as they would have chased yesterday. They did very brilliantly yesterday in that chase. So Vijay Timal into the attack a bit earlier than what we saw yesterday. Great effort out of his own bowling, ensuring that one doesn't go past him. Pushing that one down to deep cover. Not going to chance that run there. A bit of drift on that occasion. He's following Gomez. Smash that one down to long off. It's only going to be one though for Rahim Ali. Guided that one away past third man and towards the boundary. It makes it eventually for 4. Some lovely timing and placement there by Steven Gomez. It was a teaser away to the boundary for Timol. Just turning that one down to mid-off for 1, so 4 then followed by a single. Good batsmanship here. Just punching that one off to cover. He really hit that very hard. It didn't go the distance. Finishes the over with a dot. After 3 overs, it's 14 for none. Timol for his second, and he's taken very high into the air and very far over that boundary, doing some damage to his sight screen. It was certainly there for the taking. Raheem Ali has hit a few very powerful shots before then, not really timing them quite as well. That one, the timing was certainly spot on. I wanted a repeat of that, this time a bit lucky as it passed him by. Comes back for a second. Just guiding that one down the leg side. Then protection comes around to ensure it's just one though. Seeing some good running between the wickets from these two as well. Brilliant work again off of his own bowling, Timal. He tried to hit that one hard down to the boundary, but the sound off the bat was the only sign anyone needed to know it wasn't timed to perfection. We'll keep strike at the end of 4 overs, 25 for none. In the air, just over that fielder at cover. And these two have mistimed a few shots at times. What we've seen from Ali especially is when it's in his area, he's definitely going to deposit it. Gomez hitting that one crisply, but straight to the fielder. Low full toss and driven powerfully by Stephen Gomez. His second boundary of the match now. Yeah, just missing his length a bit, and it was drifting wider, so there was that width on offer to boot, and Gomez was never going to miss out on that. He attempted slower ball that time. Not read by Gomez. A wide signal there. Not 100% sure it was outside of that guideline. In the air again. Enough to clear the infield, but protection on the boundary will restrict that to just one. 32 for none after 5. Timal to begin his third, wicketless up until now. And no longer will he be wicketless. Very wide delivery, but Gomez still got a fine feather on it. He enticed him towards playing that shot, and in the end, it was the undoing of Stephen Gomez. Has to go for 13. The score 32 for 1 now. The captain, Brandon Williams, now arrives in at number 3. Changing things up a bit now with a left-hand, right-hand partnership. It'll force Timal to rethink his strategy. Initially bowling against 2 right-handers, he would have been quite ecstatic now. Turning the ball into Williams, so ensuring he gets his field exactly where he wants them to be. And just punched delicately towards extra cover. There's also cover point and a very wide third man in play, in addition to mid-off on the offside to complete that ring. Deep fielders at long on and deep mid-wicket. To complete the leg side field, there's also a short mid-wicket and backward square in the ring. And that ball is played right towards the deep mid-wicket fielder. Oh, there was a run out here. Brandon Williams at the Rahim Ali at the non-striker's end there just threw his bat in frustration. That ball went out into the deep. Had they run the first run a bit more intently, they could have definitely come back for the second. I'm not sure if that's why he's a bit frustrated, or if there may have been a bit of miscommunication out there. But now the 2 openers back in the shed at 33 for 2. So Naresh Nanan strides out there, batting at number 4. Timal now to Williams. And as easy as that, just pushes that down to long on. Exactly in the trajectory of where the ball would have been heading anyway. Now Nanan to face his first delivery, the last delivery of the power play. Early shake-up here for President Associates. Won quite convincingly last night, but it's a different day today. And cut that one down to deep cover. And he'll retain strike. TT 5 for 2 at the end of the power play. Anish Suku now enters the attack from the northern end. Field spread now after the power play. Deep cover, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket in play for him as he begins his right arm off spin. A bit of extra protection here for the left-hander. Also included a deep square leg on the leg side now. Turned away. There's a lot of acreage out there. Two definitely on offer. And they get home in time. Right on that off stump line. Solid defense by Williams. They need a captain's knock from him here today. And he certainly hits that one hard, but into the hands of Long On. Captain's knock comes to an end prematurely. Amirali taking a brilliant catch out there at Long On. It was definitely there for the hitting. He just didn't get enough on it. It was full enough to execute that shot. But just the bit of off-spin turn away, as well as the fact that didn't get quite as much on it, doing him in here. So 38 for 3 now. And real pressure now on the president's associates. OJ Morales now in at number 5. He's going to have to bowl a tight line here Entire leg side field is on the boundary. No one in that circle. There's a very short mid-off, short extra cover in VJ Timal, standing right in the eye line of Morales. And hit straight back at Suku. And they're gonna come for one here, and it's just gonna be one. So Morales off the mark and keeping strike as well. 39 for 3. Very economical spell so far from Vijay Timal, and he'll bowl those 4 overs straight through. Second time for the day that we're going to see that strategy being used. A big appeal going up there. But all it'll be is what looks to be a leg by. Giving himself some room to push that one into the covers. Again, rushing through for that single. Timal as well rushing to field that ball. Playing that one down to long one. They come back for a second this time. Well judged to come back for that second run. That long one fielder had quite a bit of running towards his right to field that delivery. So as soon as they saw that, they set off for that first one very quickly. A bit uneasy and how he played that delivery. Morales. Brilliant spell from Timal, 1 for 20 in his full quota of 4. And the score 45 for the loss of 3. Second over for Anish Suku. Nanan to face up. And pinned him there, and definitely finger raised. Naresh Nanan could only muster up 6 runs in this short innings of his. Anish Suku with a second wicket in as many overs. Real trouble now for President's associates. Yeah, right there, that wasn't a difficult decision to make at all. Easy to tell that he didn't get any bat on it, and the trajectory would have had that crashing into middle stump. Seems Brian Pagways has his own intro music. Are we looking at cricket or wrestling here with that entrance music there? So about to face his first delivery now. Anish Suku on a real troublesome spell here, and ball 1 to him is not simple to face. He drops and runs quickly. And off the mark now is Brian Pigs. And that's gone up quite a distance. Long off isn't quite there. Yeah, everything happening out there now. You can see now that President's Associates really feeling that pressure. Trying to get on top of Savannah boys here, but it's proving to be quite a difficult task. Not much you could do with that delivery. Of course, this surface being used for the 5th match in succession. 3 matches yesterday, 1 earlier today. Well fielded there. Big applause from the crowd for that effort. 49 for 4, the score after 9. And that's the 5th wicket now for Savannah boys. President's Associates in real trouble at this stage. Vijay Timal certainly showing off all of his fielding skills here. We saw many of those skills when he was bowling as well. And Sunil Buchan with his first delivery takes a wicket. So 5 down now, 48 for 5 at drinks. So Shane Khan, who bowled so brilliantly yesterday, has a big task on his hand with the bat today. He won't get off the mark just yet. Pushing that one a bit more delicately will allow him time to take that run and get himself off the mark. Up in the air again, but nowhere near that fielder. He was quite close to it after doing some intense running, but wasn't quite. Turning that one down the leg side. Timal has to rush across and do the fielding himself. He's been all over the ground today. A huge gust of breeze comes across the ground. Changing to around the wicket angle now. One for 4 from his first over, Buchan. 52 for 5 after 10. Third over for Anish Suku. And the fielding has been really tremendous from Savannah boys. On the pads. Quite close, that one. But did it turn back enough? I call that one umpire's call. Again, this time there may have been some bat on it. Certainly causing real trouble for Morales. That one definitely gripped a bit more. He's had 2 wickets in 2 overs. In his 3rd over now, can he have a 3rd? 4 dots in succession. This time, try something a bit different. But still not making relevant contact with the ball. This time he does much better, Morales. Down into the deep, and he'll take a 2nd run as well. 54 for 5. These two are going to have to bat some time now. Maybe about 4 overs or so. Then try to really push the scoring along. Don't want to be bowled out inside 20 overs. It's really difficult to say play out any one bowler, because every single bowler so far has been on point. Buchan continuing here. 1 for 4 from his first over. Coming off an outside edge and caught. 6 down now. Sunil Buchan with his second. Shane Khan has to head back and join his teammates, who would be quite dumbfounded at this stage. He got just enough turn on it to catch the outside edge. And that's wicket number 6. So Kavir Rampasad in at number 8. Slip in place now for Buchan. Really feeling his bowling, feeling quite confident. It wasn't the most confident looking shot there from Rampasad, but he'll get off the mark regardless. Going lofted that time on the bounce to that fielder, and they will just take 1. Well, he's taken out that slip already. Wide signal there. Not the worst delivery. Actually got that to turn quite appreciably, even though it pitched outside leg. And again, the fielding brilliance continues from Savannah boys. Just past that cover fielder for 1. 58 for 6 after 12. Nishisuku to complete his spell with another wicket. Well, that one you have to feel for the batter. Not much he could have done about that. It didn't bounce anywhere near any batter would have been expecting it to. And to boot, it also had a decent amount of turn on offer as well. All he could do was chop it onto the stumps. 3 for 9 for Suku. 58 for 7. President's Associates. Can they bat the entire 20 overs? Alan Laurent now heading out there. They'll need a mammoth effort from him with the ball if they're to try to defend whatever they end up with. Projected score on screen 95. He hung that one in the air for quite some time. Laurent able to turn that one into the leg side and get a single. Waited on that one and nicely tucked it down into fine leg region. Coming back for a second run here. The keeper has to give chase on that one. They actually ended up with 3. They have no choice but to run very hard whenever opportunities like that present themselves. And quick work in the field, restricting that to just 1. He really had to reach for that one. Had he left it alone, might have been a wide. Oh, and that one's going very big here by Alan Laurent, all the way for 6. It's only the second 6 of the entire innings. Needed a few more of those. 70 for 7 the score after 13 overs. You see the wicket takers on screen. Suku 3 for 21, Buchan 2 for 8, Timal 1 for 20. Really wreaking havoc upon this President's Associates batting order. We know Morales can certainly strike a few of those blows as well. We're gonna need a bit more from him. Is Sachin Mohammed in action again, ensuring that all of those batters are well hydrated. He may have needed some of his left arm wrist spin today. Buchan to begin his third. Guided nicely there, but third man is well and truly to it quickly for restricting it for one. Big wind up there by Laurent. Wanted to repeat that 6 from the previous over. This time slices that one down to mid-wicket. Pushing that one and running hard. Give himself some room, cutting that one powerfully, finding the gap, and 4 for Alan Laurent. He hit that 6 earlier, now he's opened his 4 count as well. He's really batting superbly here. Might have a few notes to his teammates in the innings break. This time clipping that one into the leg side. Ball actually stops on its own. Two runs to finish that over. It's 100. It's 79 for 7. Roshan Suku into the attack now. A bit of more pace now. And that pace is dealt with by Morales against me. It was a low full toss. Just on the pads as well. It was too easy for Morales. So both these batters getting into a bit more rhythm now. Very wide, eventually got some contact on it. But the ball went nowhere. Pulling this time, landing a few bounces short of Timal down there at deep mid wicket. He's been at pretty much every position in the field. A few words of encouragement as Laurent and Morales have a quick chat. Laurent now to face up to the pace of Suku. Laurent would certainly know about pace as a pace bowler himself. So he surely wouldn't want to be done in by Roshan Suku. A great start by Suku to Laurent. Wider this time, but just a bit too wide by Suku. Trying to keep that well and truly away from the hitting arc of Laurent. And he's done in by an absolute peach from Roshan Suku. Any batter would tell you that is a difficult delivery to face. It just beat him on the outside edge as well. Brilliant bowling. Just seemed to slightly nip in as well. And that's 8 wickets down now. Devon Boyce joins Morales. Morales has been there for quite some time. Morales, of course, came in at number 5. And he's trying to work with the lower order batters here, trying to guide them as well as he can. But I think at this stage now, with just 2 more batters remaining, he needs to really try to hit a few more boundaries. Big appeal there, but angle not doing Suku any favors. Dot ball in the end at 85 for 8 is where the score will remain. He was never going to get that going in his favor, coming over the wicket. Yaf Ali now enters the attack. Off spin around the wicket to Morales. They've tried to keep the off spin primarily to Morales. Keep on turning that ball away from him, trying to keep him less attacking. And that one came back in at him. Made that shot a bit more difficult than it needed to be. But all's well that ends well in the end. Brings Boyce back on strike here. Slip coming into position. They don't want these two to get away as we saw that previous partnership. And nicely punch that one down to deep cover. He comes back for a second as well. Again, pushing that one out. Looking for that second, and they'll certainly get there yet again. Brings the score up to 90 now. So earlier, that projected score was 95. That previous partnership between Morales and Laurent really helping a mini rescue act here. They can at least try to get that score over 100 now. Brilliantly bowled to finish that over. Couldn't make contact that time, Boyce. And at the end of 16 overs, it's 90 for 8. Second over here for, well, Roshan Suku takes a second wicket in his second over. Very full delivery. And Morales, he'd certainly be quite disappointed here. It had to be full if he wanted that decision to go in his favor. Aaron Banwari joining Devon Boyce. Can they get this score up to 100? Murray deals with that quite nicely. Gains a single and gets himself off the mark. Boyce back in the firing line now. Pushing that one through the covers. It'll just be one. We'll pop that one up in the air. It's safely so. Low full toss, nicely punched again by Boyce. Cutting that one very nicely and racing away to the boundary. 4 runs to Banwari now. Score up to 98 with 3 overs to go. But only 1 wicket. It was very nicely timed. Initially it didn't look too powerful, and that goes to show how well it was timed. Riaf Ali for his second over. Pull that one through the leg side. Thinking about a second run, but deciding not to in the end. That brings up the 100 with that single. 100 up here for President's Associates. And just 1 wicket remaining. How many more can they add? 2 overs and 4 balls. Possibilities are endless. Drift and past that diving fielder. It won't trickle away to the boundary. Apparently that was a no ball as well. Might have been for height. And he's raised that one up. It's going very high. And just over Samir Ali. He was teasing him in the air. Went up and stayed up for quite some time. The problem was he was right on the boundary line. Judged it well enough, but would have needed a real acrobatic effort out there. Coming off an outside edge this time. Pushing that one down to long off. One more run. Going hard at that and straight to the fielder. End of the 18th over. It's 112 for 9. Here's Rushan Suku to begin his third. He rushed him on that occasion. Guiding that one out to point. But it was timed so well that there's no time for a run. And again into that region, but they're able to scamper through for one. Stepping down the crease and hitting that one towards the fielder. One more run. Clipping that one for one and thinking about a second. It's not there. So final over, about to be bowled now. Amir Ali returns into the attack to close things out. That's a wonderful shot there by Banwari, away to the boundary for 4. Yeah, full toss. Can't bowl those. What are you doing? $120 for 9 here. Banwari on 20. Boyce on 13. The partnership quite brilliant. The partnership up to 30 now. And that's just 2 away from the highest partnership of the innings of 32 from the first wicket partnership. That's wide. I think they want to give President's Associates some more runs at this stage. There's absolutely no need for that. It's to keep you up to speed. Right now, the first penalty of the FIFA World Cup has been scored a few minutes ago. That being done by Switzerland from Breel Mbolo. That match against Qatar. Turning that one into the leg side. Just gonna be 1. And some other news as well in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. West Indies opening their campaign against New Zealand. New Zealand women in their first innings put up 162 for 6, and West Indies currently chasing a 15 for 1 in the 3rd over. Missed that one completely. It's going very high this time. And they're going to come back for the second. Have to run every last run. And it comes down to this last delivery. He's going to be run out there, but it's not going to matter at this stage. They already got the 2 runs. So, the end of the first innings, 128 all out after 20 overs. 129 will be the target for Savannah boys. So do be back for that run chase shortly. ready to get the run chase away and going here. And Lawrence opening the bowling from the northern end in a similar way to which he did yesterday, testing out middle of the pitch. Looks like he signaled one for the over already.
You know he likes his firing stats. Bodies of these batters. Getting some good movement away from the right-hander there. Very pacey guy, this man, Alan Laurent. It's 129 runs needed for victory here by the Savannah boys.
It'll be interesting to see how they approach this run chase. Hasn't looked the easiest batting out there.
Also we see some scattered dark clouds moving in and across. This one connected high, connected hard, and goes all the way. Six runs signaled by the umpire. Fighting fire with fire here. The man Samir Ali out in the middle.
He hasn't made batting look hard there at all.
Just listen to this piece of breeze ripping across the stadium at the moment. Would have blown the bales off the stumps.
I thought a truck was arriving or something. It has blown that bale off. He just went and adjusted it, the square leg umpire. Oh, real gusts now. You see the ground staff walking across too. Appealed for that one, but we know with the lengths that he hits, it's likely not gonna crash into the stumps. The hoodie's on as well. Must be feeling very cold down there. Yeah, they're from this area. They know very well that what they see there doesn't look all that promising as far as cricket is concerned. Peeling again. I think he got some bat on it. Let's see what the umpire has to say.
Yeah, there was definitely bat on that one. A strong start here from the batters. Samir Ali taking the charge. This one straight down the leg side for wide.
Yeah, the rain has already started. I could see it coming over that little hill there.
When it connects with this one, it goes high and straight into the hands of the fielder. It's a first wicket. With the fall of that wicket, it's also the fall of the rains. So the covers are coming on hastily, and we are going to have a short disruption in play. Stay tuned. We hope to be back with you for some live action here.
action resuming after that rain delay. Shane Khan into the attack now from the southern end. Lovely bit of movement away. And again, he's unsure where that ball is gonna end up by the time it reaches his bat. Naresh Prasad. Not quite ready as yet. This time, just able to guide that out to the third man fielder. Still no run. Oh, what a delivery that is! It was very animated there for a second or two. But he had his man. Ramnarine facing his first delivery from Laurent. Goes a bit fuller for a change. There's a very good option to see what movement he can get through the air, especially with that increased humidity now. A few clouds still hanging about. That one more on a length, bit of extra bounce. too wide on that occasion. This time gets some bat on it and runs right away. He's off the mark now, Varun Ramnarayan. Banged that one in. The shortest one of the over so far. Can he get them another wicket here, Laurent? He's already taken the first. And with that total on the board, they need a few more early. And that is that second wicket for Laurent. Basad didn't know too much about that one. It came back in very sharply. It's just on that full length outside the off stump, and it had enough movement on it to bring it back into middle stump. Was looking to heave a big one there, was Basad, and made no contact. Brings in Riaf Ali at number 4. Left-handed Ali awaits. Trapped him there, and another for Alan Laurent. 3 for 11 his figures. 3 for 11 the score. Riaf Ali going for a golden duck here. I'm almost certain Laurent is going to be given that third over. 2 and 2. Chance of a hat trick. And we thought that the President's associates were struggling with their batting early on. Well, now Savannah boys even more so. It's definitely become much more difficult to bat on this aging surface. Jai Timal at number 5 joins Varun Ramnarine out there. Shane Khan will a maiden in his first over. Yesterday was so economical as well. His figures, if I remember right, would have been 1 for 9. Supporting Laurent here from the southern end. And he might certainly look to add a wicket or two into his column. Driven powerfully there. Ramnarine hands the strike over to Timal. Now, brilliant Yorker this time from Shane Khan. Just varying his length a bit. Doesn't want to become too predictable, although if he repeats his best ball time after time, it'll still be difficult. Lovely full outswinger here by Shane Khan. It's going to be difficult for Timal to get off the mark with this sort of bowling. We saw it last night under lights, and here we're seeing it under some thick cloud cover. Conditions would have cooled a bit after that shower as well. But too wide this time. Gets off the mark after digging that full delivery out. Again, such an economical over here by Shane Khan. I didn't know too much about that one. Ramnarine was the in-swinging delivery that time. Making contact, but finding the fielder. Ramnarine will keep strike after 4 overs, 15 for 3. Laurent hat-trick delivery was a brilliant one there. Just a dot in the end though. Turning that one into the leg side for one. And that's the thing as well for Savannah boys. They don't have to be too aggressive here. These two bowlers only have a finite amount of overs. And the rest of the pace bowlers aren't anywhere near as sharp. And of course, that total of 129, well, on the surface, it may still prove to be a challenge, but it's certainly nothing too challenging on paper. Another one added to the total there. Of course, if they are unable to chase this down, they will be thinking about that last wicket partnership of 30 odd runs. That will certainly haunt them. Hit very hard this time by Ramnarayan. But again, he's not able to find those gaps. Laurent has set his field quite precisely for what he plans to bowl. Pulling that one quite uncomfortably from Timal. What a beauty to finish off the fifth over. 19 for 3. Extended spell for Shane Khan here. Third over. Again, a brilliant, just short of a Yorker length delivery. All he can muster up from that T-Mal is 1 run. Oh, a bit of a misfield there. But protection in the deep by Gomez is gonna ensure that it's only 2 runs. Again, can just bowl that delivery all day, Shane can. And to show you how accurately and how much he trusts in his bowling process, just 2 fielders on the leg side at mid-wicket and mid-on. Everyone else on the offside, because he knows he's going to hold that line. Hit back at him, and what a catch from Shane Khan! Caught and bowled. Jai T-Mal is astonished. He had half a second to react. If so much pure domination here. Shane Khan, what can't he do? The umpire as well was ducking for cover. Thought that one was coming right at him. 23 for 4 now. Four wickets down. Certainly a big partnership here for Savannah boys. They can't afford to lose many more wickets. That run rate's still very much gettable at this stage. But the bowling has just been too good for them. Alan Laurent will bowl his 4th. Lovely start again. Laurent keeping things tight. Laurent as well trusting in his bowling. Three fielders in the leg side for him. Backward square, no surprise with his short deliveries. Long on, a bit of a surprise, I must say. And they're not the best directed bouncer. And they'll eventually come through for one. Laurent round the wicket now to the new batter, Suku. He wanted a piece of Laurent there with that drive he was sizing up. Had to stretch his hamstring after playing it. Pulling this time and into his hand, mid-wicket. Williams, the captain, takes that with utmost ease. As soon as he played that, you knew he didn't control that shot in any way at all, and Williams was such a easy catch for him there. Four for 17 now for Laurent. That option from Williams himself to give Laurent that fourth over certainly working in their favour. 25 for 5. It's now Vijay Timal, who performed very well with the ball and in the field earlier. Huge task at hand for him with the bat now, though. And Varun Ramnarayan came in at number 3, strode in directly after that rain break. And he's witnessed quite a procession at the opposite end. He's dropping and running, making it look a bit more at ease now. Yeah, they just need something here, Savannah boys. Just taking things smaller steps at a time. One bounced over the bat amidst that cross-batted shot. Edge and the flying keeper couldn't fly too much to his right. It's just one in the end. Laurent finishes with figures of 4 for 19. Yeah, that would have always been difficult for the keeper. Does beg the question, with 5 wickets down, why do you not keep a slip? 7 overs gone, 27 for 5. Change from the southern end, we see Kavir Rampasad entering the attack. Cutting that one, and well fielded there, third man Laurent having to do that fielding just after finishing his 4 over spell. Rampasad took a few wickets of his own yesterday, came into the attack a bit later than this, but given what they've seen from the surface here, they definitely want to have a bit more pace up front. Again, that cross-batted shot down to the deep cover. He seems to enjoy playing that shot, this Ramnarayan. He's done well so far to survive Laurent, given his proficiency with that cross-batted shot. On the pads, may have been bouncing over. Not sure where that one pitched. And there seemed to be a slight deviation there as well. May have got a bit of bat on it. Of course, a very high stakes encounter, this one. No team is gonna give up easily. They have to meet Cunaripo tomorrow in the final. Just scampering a quick single. That final between Cunaripo and the winner of this match begins at 2 p.m. tomorrow. That's 5 runs from the over. The score 32 for 5. First we're gonna see off spin in the form of Devon Boyce. Has a third man, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover in the ring, long off, long on, mid wicket, deep forward square and backward square in the ring. Starts off with a tempting wide-ish delivery just within that guideline. And again, just getting enough turn to beat the bat. Sun back out in full force. And the bigger side of the ground would be towards the offside of Ramnarine here. That time, more of a straighter delivery. He was expecting it to turn. He came across quite a bit. This time he gets some bat on it. Guides it nicely through that gap. And it's well fielded to keep it inside the boundary. Yeah, Ramnarine certainly made those two fielders work quite hard to keep that in the boundary. And again, that was towards the bigger side of the ground. This time straight towards the fielder, who doesn't quite take hold of it right away, so that allows an easy single to bring Timal on strike. He's gone. Here's Timal, bowled by Devon Boyce. First delivery faced from Boyce, and it was spot on, targeting the stumps. Yeah, hitting that off stump, smashing it to pieces. And Timal is going to have to head back. Rushan Suku will now join Varun Ramnarine. He's gonna be at the non-strikers end though. I forgot his helmet. Brilliant delivery there. Almost seemed to have a conversation with the off stump. Well, I'm astonished here. That was purely luck that he didn't end up being another wicket there. And he's bowling his heart out here, Rampasad, taking inspiration from the pieces that would have bowled before him. Yeah, that luck is definitely needed by Ramnarine here. Oh, powerfully struck this time. Into the deep for one. Tapping that one down to long on. Gets himself off the mark. First ball makes it look quite easy, Roshan Suku. Again, how is he missing the stumps? They seem to have too much movement on it. Up in the air this time. Long off is running across, but it can get past him. As Ramnarine hits his first 4 of this innings. And it went up quite a bit. Long off thought he was in with a chance. The ball beat him on its way to the boundary. That is the first 4 of the innings. There was only 1 6 up until then as well. 10 overs gone. It's 41 for 6 at drinks. Devon Boyce will continue proceedings here after drinks. Nicely tucked away there by Suku. Set off for that first run very quickly. And gets back for two quite safely in the end. You always have to run that first one very hard. You look for that second. Wide signaled. Good fielding there. Ran in to collect that ball. Once he realized that Suku is looking for those runs. And again, turning that strike over very efficiently here. Top edge this time, but guided well enough down to the third man boundary. And the second four of the innings for Varun Ramnarayan. It may have been half intentional, half unintentional in the way he played that. Nonetheless, got the result he wanted. Quicker that time, beating Ramnarayan. Wide signaled. We'll keep the strike. Ramnarayan, he's on 26. The score 51 for 6. Aaron Banwari entering the attack. His batting was absolutely gold dust earlier. 21 from 15 in that last wicket partnership. This has been good from Suku, looking to take every opportunity of a run that is there. Getting that one down to long off. It's just about those singles, trying to convert ones into twos, and then 1 or 2 boundaries every over, every other over. That required rate just under 9. Past the bowler for another run. And something to defend on that occasion. Partnership here sneaking up to 20 now. Four runs coming from that over, 55 for 6. This partnership of 20 is actually the highest partnership of this innings. Boyce into his 3rd over. Just building some dot balls here now. Is the President's Associate Sports Club. That time finds that single, Suku. On the pads, but look to be outside the line of off stump. Pulling that one, but not timing it too well. missed everything. It's just gonna be 1 run. 57 for 6. And the problem with an over like that with just 2 runs is that run rate required now is going up to 10.3 after being just around that 9 runs per over mark at the beginning of the over. Banwari. Wonderful shot here by Roshan Suku, finding that boundary. Now he gets his first boundary. You saw that ball turning into him. The left arm spinner, the matchups were in his favor, hitting towards the smaller side of the ground as well, hitting with the wind. He's gonna have to dispatch a few more of those. A few words of encouragement from Varun. He likes what he sees there. Goes for it again. Has he got enough on it? Nowhere near enough has he got. And he'd be quite thankful in the end. Had he gotten any more, it may have found that fielder. Now Varun decides to try his luck, and he does so magnificently, all the way for 6. He put everything he had into that shot. And he got it just over that boundary line. Fielder wasting no time in giving that signal to the umpire as well. Always like to see that. I'll try to repeat there. Not the most confident looking shot to follow it up, but it's good enough for a single. 13 runs off this over now. That required rate has gone back under 10. Might as well take a single just for good measure. 71 for 6. 6 overs remain. Spectators in the house, of course, free entry to anyone who'd like to view this match live. Of course, big game, the final tomorrow between the winner of this match, and they'll be facing up against Cunaripo. Captain Brandon Williams has brought himself in. Starts off right on the money. He hasn't quite liked what he's seen in the past 20 minutes or so. This partnership developing. Doesn't want it to get away from him and his team. What a wonderful, innovative shot here from Varun Ramnarine. Showing off his full range now, the scoop. He certainly got a big chunk of that. Away to the boundary for 4 more. 76 for 6 now. And crowd and the dugout really roaring to life now. Tries for it again. And it makes it to the boundary again. Yet he didn't plug that area of the field. He said, might as well try this again. There's so much vacant area there. And that ball was a bit too leg stumpish, similar to the previous one. So now Williams decides to come round the wicket. Change of angle here. There's one thing, Ramnarine wouldn't have seen too much of this angle in this inning so far. But that doesn't matter to him. Smashes a 4 through the covers this time. Moves on to 49 from 44. And Brandon Williams continuing to shuffle his field. He's a bit awestruck at this stage. It's not just Ramnarine who's on 49. The partnership between these two is also ballooned up to 49. Back at Williams. A bit of aggression there. Yeah, wants him to stay in his crease. Doesn't want him to be running down, taking away that precious pitch area from him. He went through every shot in the book in his head for that delivery. In the end, it was a dot. That's very good thinking as well from Ramnarine. 13 runs off that over. In addition to the previous over that 14 came from. There was no need for anything extravagant there. 15 overs gone, 84 for 6. Persisting with Banwari here. Gonna change his angle, come around the wicket to Suku. And Boyce, his spin twin, supporting him in that fielding position at square leg. So he clears him, goes well over that fielder, well over all the fielders towards the party stand. Maximum effort and maximum runs. Again, it's very smart batting, bringing up that 50-run partnership. Suku again opting to use that shorter boundary towards the western side. And Banwari, not too sure what to send down towards him. Comes back over the wicket again. It's wide. And he's driven it down to a long off coming around. Just takes one. That's good enough. Handing the strike now back to Ramnarine. And these two both now going at quite a pace. .49 is all he'll make. Ramnarine, bold, targets the stumps. Banwari, and persisting with him for that second over has worked out for Brandon Williams. Oh, how disappointed he would be here. The crowd, the dugout, everyone watching would have certainly been willing him on to get to that 50, but take nothing away from the tremendous effort that he has put on out there. 49 from 47 for Ramnarine. And now, as Amir Ali comes out, can still feel as if there's something in it for the Savannah boys. And Brandon Williams there trying the ball for Banwari. Must be saying, thank you so much for taking that wicket. His mind would have been going a million miles an hour there. 38 and 26. Still very gettable. Amir Ali looking to keep things simple. No need for a second run there. No need for a run out. Hand the strike back to Suku. Can he get a boundary to finish off this over? Up in the air. Electing for that straight shot. Coming back for the second, courtesy the misfield. 10 runs coming from that over, and they will certainly take that. Required rate 8.9, going down to 8.8 now. 94 for 7. Williams brings himself on for a second over here. Amir Ali yet again hands the strike over to Suku. Suku has his eye in here. Certainly the best option is to let him face a majority of the strike. And well fielded there by Williams. Hit back past Williams this time. Long off restricts that to just one. Wide down the leg side. Can ill afford any extras at this stage. Of course, there's that one remaining over from Shane Khan to come still. When will he opt to use that over? This time played into the leg side by Ali again. Yeah, again, Ali starting off in a similar fashion to Suku. Every delivery that he faced, he looked to find a single, turn the strike over, and get himself into the action. That's lifted over the leg side, over the boundary. A few bounces for four. Williams straying on the leg side there. Roshan Suku said, don't mind having a piece of that. And also brought up the 100 as well for Savannah boys. Yeah, big appeal. Thought he might have heard a sound down there, Williams. 3 overs to go. It's 102 for 7. The equation, 27 runs required in 18 balls. Banwari to bowl out his quota here. Amir Ali again just looking to tap that into a gap, take a run, and say, over to you, Suku. So after this over, 2 remaining overs, one has to be bowled by Shane Khan. The other is either going to be Brandon Williams or Kavir Rampasad. Until this point, Rampasad has been much more economical. And that has gone huge over the leg side. 6 more for Roshan Suku. Can he take them home? I don't get these tactics here from Banwari. Continuing to bowl from that southern end where the shorter boundary is on Suku's leg side. He's turning the ball into him and the breeze is blowing towards that side as well. Left arm spinners always tend to prefer bowling from the northern end at this ground. And he's not really giving himself much of a chance. There's two left-handed batters out there. Trying for a repeat there. It was a... Well, they come back for a second run, courtesy that cartwheeling effort in the field. Yeah, again, looking to take every single run. They don't want to give any breathing room to President's associates. That equation, 17 from 14. This looks so easy now. It's going up over point there. We're chasing it back. Just take one. And now they're at a stage where they don't even need to convert those ones into twos. Hearing a call from the dugout. They don't need a run out at this stage. They certainly do not need a run out at this stage. Well bowled that time. Wide delivery. Finishes the 18th over. It's 112 for 7. It has to be Shane Khan for this 19th over. Well, it is going to be Williams. It seems the captain wants to have a last say, regardless of what that last say is. Driven beautifully there. 4 runs for Amir Ali. I'm still trying to come to terms with the fact that Shane Khan is not going to bowl this over. It just does not add up to me. A lucky shot this time, and he'll take that luck with a single. Roshan Suku back on strike. Certainly, what a brilliant knock it has been from him. 37 from 25. The crowd certainly love what he's been putting on display. over the wicket this time. Trying to find that Yorker length, but not quite finding it to perfect effect. Brings Amir Ali back on strike. Wide ball this time. Not sure what he's expressing there towards the keeper. He's the only one to blame. Another quick single, trying for a run out there. A direct hit, might have had a bit more on it, but safely home there was Amir Ali. Yeah, only a direct hit would have saved him. This time down to long off, screams of 2 from the dugout. Can they get more than 2? That misfield. They'll settle for 2. But the overthrow, Brandon Williams doesn't know what to say here. Is there another overthrow? Yeah, just imagine if this stadium was packed full. That crowd noise seeming to distract the fielders a bit. Down the ground this time. Long on will come across and restricted to be 2. Brilliant running. Saw a diving effort from Roshan Suku, putting his body on the line. Just 3 required in this last over. 1-2-6 for 7. Belatedly, Shane Khan enters the attack, re-enters the attack from the southern end. Just seems that a few overs ago, Williams got all of his ends wrong. Had he had Banwari bowling from the northern end, might have been just a bit better for Banwari. That's one note, and Shane Khan could have entered the attack from that southern end just a bit earlier. Just getting his ends wrong. I think Shane Khan repeated his first spell from yesterday today again. 1 for 8. Seems to be delaying the inevitable here. Dot ball to start. Given that first ball, he is going to try to keep it wide-ish. Will Suku come across to the off stump? Oh, slice that one down. Single taken. Amir Ali on strike now. He's going down to have a chat with Amir Ali. Some encouragement as well. He's certainly sprung to life here, Roshan Suku. This time pushed down to long off for 1. Scores level now. Crowd now in full voice from the crowd now. Suku back on strike. Certainly deserves to hit the winning runs. Of course, earlier, remember, he took 2 for 18 in his 3 overs. Short and pulled, and that's the game. Savannah boys come back from being in a very tough situation to win this match and head into the finals of this TTCB T20 Champions Clash. They will meet Cunaripo tomorrow to see who reigns victorious and who takes home the prizes. What a knock that was from Roshan Suku. And don't forget about Varun Ramnarayan setting the stage earlier with that knocker 49. He certainly won't be feeling any bad feelings about not getting towards 50. Both that 49 and the 43 not out here from Roshan Suku. Match-winning knocks. And of course the bowling as well. The tail of the Sukus. Anish Suku 3 for 21. Roshan Suku 2 for 18. Certainly the man of the match here. So do join us tomorrow for coverage of the final of this match, of this tournament at 2 p.m. Thank you for viewing today and do join us tomorrow.